Good morning. Merry Christmas or happy holiday or whatever's politically correct now. Anyway, hello. Good morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time, the 22nd of December, 2025. Welcome to this, my risk neutral trading live stream. It is my virtual trading journal. Looks like it's moving along here nicely. Let's make sure the stream is streaming. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so this is my virtual trading journal. And what I mean by that is I don't multitask well. So but I believe journaling is important. So by capturing this and then live streaming it, I add a complete layer of accountability and transparency to my trading journal. My voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment, and the video obviously captures everything I'm looking at, so it's pretty handy. I think it's an effective way to do it. I don't have to stop, focus on screen snap and type and whatever else in the journal or remember it for the end of the day. It's all right here. The functionality, or one of the two main reasons that I live stream to YouTube, I can review the stream on any device, which is very convenient for me. And also, as I said, it adds another layer of transparency and accountability. My commitment here is I don't take any trades off the stream. So, why would I do that? Who am I trying to kid, me? I trade live. I trade a live AMP futures account funded by me, my money, here in Bookmap. I also use IRT, which is my charting software. And let's get to the reports, of which there are essentially, which there are essentially none. The typical news service that I use, investing.com, have for years, for an economic calendar, earnings reports, all that stuff, is investing.com. It's completely free. I'm sure they'd be tickled to death if you paid them for it or subscribe. You can filter it to wherever you are, reports you want, time zone, etc., no problem. And you'll see that there's no scheduled events today. The other source, the newer source that I use, is called Financial Juice, also free. Again, you can pay. They remind you of that frequently down here. But my intention here is that I try to make everything I use accessible to everybody that might be passing through the stream or trying to learn how to, get up to speed with trading. And I don't think it does any good to act like a big shot, and have a Bloomberg terminal for $20,000 a month or whatever it is. You know what I mean? I find people that do that are just stroking their own egos. So this is, I try to keep this as basic and accessible to all as humanly possible. Obviously, IRT has a charge, and so does Bookmap, but that's the only, internet and things, of course, normal stuff. So here we are. According to this, there's going to be a 2-year note, high yield, and a bid to cover at 12. No apparent news here either. Now, that doesn't preclude the possibility of random risk, which is that unknown risk danger that we may, if Trump or if something happens that isn't scheduled, isn't a normal revenue or financial potential interruption to the market. That's always a possibility, but here we are. Okay, let's get on to what's more important, which is the pre-market. Well, we're going to open gap up, apparently. And how, why, who do I know? about that. Now, this is investor RT, IRT for short. Here's where we're currently trading. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, my high time frame micro ES chart and market profile for the ES only, the mini. Here's the full session. By the way, in my charts, all of the charts here in investing in IRT, you can see the instrument, the type of chart, the periodicity, and the session, right? So this is the full session. This started plotting last night at 1700 right here. And here's Friday's RTH session. We gapped up and we're trading up. So inventory is 100% long all night. Well, the couple of little blurps down here. What does that say? Well, typically in that situation, I would expect some responsive selling to take profit. And we are in a gap up situation, so there's always the gap rules to apply. And we'll see what happens. Notice here on the market profile, we have excess. The auction is trading up here, was putting in some excess at the high, and flat as a board at the bottom, 3 TPOs wide. Generally, the auction, think about an auction, any auction you've ever been to or seen on TV or whatever. Bidding goes one direction until the bidding dries up, and then bidding goes the other direction until the bidding dries up. Meaning that there are tails to every distribution, and there is not now. So I think that adds credence to the possibility of some responsive selling. Let's get on with it. My high time frame chart, which I refer to as the micro composite, as do a lot of other people. This is a RTH session only, daily candlesticks for the micro ES. Every one of these is 1 day. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite volume point of control, this yellow boy right here. And these red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes of this micro composite volume profile. Those red and green line values push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices push to bookmap continuously. They started last night at 1700 and will continue through Tuesday evening because I'm shutting down for the holiday. I don't do half days or closed days or any of that stuff. Just screws up my data set. And this is the market profile, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Very light volume, 106,000 contracts on the ES, 104 on the micro. Let's see what that looks like. Well, 58% average volume of this time of day, and 0.75 or 3 ticks average true range in a 1 minute chart. So use caution. When there's real light liquidity and light volume, can be enhanced or increased volatility. So let's look at bookmap. Boop. And here we are. First of all, this is the dome, the price ladder, the order book, whatever you choose to call that. These are the prices at every level. There are 1 tick. I'm assuming everybody knows there's 4 ticks in a point in the ES or the futures. These are the resting liquidities sitting in every price. These haven't traded, they're resting liquidity. This is the micro composite column where I have entered, I've already, in anticipation today, I've entered the gap low from Friday, which is the previous RTHI. In my world, I consider gaps the previous range high to the open, not the close or value area high. Previously from the range high. In other words, how high did we get? This is the previous RTH high on Friday, and then the open. That's just how I do it. Do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Up to you. So here we are trading right up here at the top, right at the highs. Maybe they're going to try to push in a Santa Claus rally. Who knows? We might get a gap and go too. Never mind. Never, that's always a possibility. This is the high and low volume node, which are right down. Here's some of them. Way below us, right? Because we're in a gap. And here is the full session volume profile, or the Globex. It started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30, one way or the other. My statistics column and the session prices pushed by IRT. Now, notice that there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT. There's only price, data, probabilities. Period. That's the way I approach the market. There's a POC, point of control, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 69.05. We've traded 2660 contracts in the overnight. The very split second that any one of these other prices trades 2661 contracts, this line will move there. There's one for the RTH, which is a more muted yellow, and there's one for the a bright yellow for the RTH and a more muted yellow for the full session. There's a Globex VWAP and also a RTH VWAP, and there's an RTH mid. These gradations here in the heat map are just graphic representations of levels laying in the book. Here's 69.17. We've got all this potential liquidity laying here. And let's get on with the statistics. Now, the first thing I do is change the title of this column to represent the correct open type, and it ought to be, I hope it's obvious that it's correct, higher out of range at this point. And how is that determined? Well, simple. There's only two criteria. First of all, there's only 4 statistical open types. There's a higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Higher out of range gap up, lower out of range gap down. Real simple. Here, if we opened right here, right now, how would this price compare to the previous RTH close? It's way down here, so we're higher than the close. And how would that compare to the previous RTH range? There's the previous RTH high, so we are higher out of range, right there. I change the title every day so that when I look at the stream or a screen snap, I can instantly know what the story was with the overnight. Big help. My goal here is to make sure that I have all the data I think is important to trade right here on the hard right edge, because I don't rearview mirror trade. This is live, real time. This is not internet guru, let's look back, let's rearview mirror trade, any of that stuff. Okay? So let's now determine the statistics. And how do we do that? Well, they come from, again, math, data, probabilities. Here we are, the statistics study in IRT. Very simple. First of all, IRT very nicely or graciously highlights the correct open type, but will do so only after 8:30, of course. So this is from Friday. We've already determined it's going to be higher out of range over here. The study looks back at the most recent 1,643 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher out of range 414 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control, 77.3%. This is real complicated. Watch close. Come on, mouse. Ready? Boom. That's all there is to it. I'm telling you, trading is not simple. It's challenging. It can be really frustrating, but it doesn't have to be mysteriously magical, wear a pointy hat, use a magic wand. If you stick to data, probabilities, and statistics, you'll be way better off, in my opinion. Next is the overnight mid, 66.4. And I'm just going to go down the list. God damn, what's going on here? This new mouse and I do not get along. That's for sure. Okay. Overnight high is 74.5. That's right up here. And I think I'm going to be off a tick. Let's check. No, I'm okay. What's next? What's next? Previous high, 65.9. Well, we know where that is, don't we? God damn, mouse, what's going on here? Well, I'm not liking that. I did a bunch of stuff with the computer yesterday. Here we go. The initial balance high, 63.5. Now, we need to get way down here because we're way out of range, but 63.5. And why do I put the initials behind that particular level? Real simple. The initial balance high, or the IB high, not confusing, very straightforward, very simple levels. The IB high and low are nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's exactly it. Okay? So the minute we open the RTH, this flag is going to zoom up above our price, right? It won't be here anymore. So I want to know where that was, and that's the reason for that. And it's, the name is confusing because it comes from and the IB low is 60.6. I don't know. I have no idea where that is, but it's probably way down below us somewhere. It's right under the previous low. And that again is the IB low. Okay. Gap situation is always a pain in the butt. What else we have here? Previous close, 49.8. Well, let's get back up to the real world here. 49.8. I took my systems apart, or this trade machine apart over the weekend for its weekly cleaning and redid the liquid cooling and stuff. We'll see if there's improvements there. Value area high, 44.2. Now, let me say something about the value area high and the developing value area high or low. Developing refers to the current auction. Value area high and low refers to the previous auction. And in case you figured it out already, the minute we open, right now, this refers to Friday's value area high. That's the previous auction. The minute we open, the previous auction will suddenly become this current ETH, which we're trading right now. So I changed my IRT charting from full session to RTH session after the open. That keeps these relative levels in line and as expected by the people who use them. And there's a lot of people that use these. 36.7 is the overnight low. There's a lot of people that use these levels. So Where did I go? Overnight low, somewhere around here, 36.7. And if you're interested, or these levels would help you, I push them. I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday, continuously until 1600 on Friday, and I'm happy to share them free. No problem. Just let me know. Like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. It's a CSV from Google Sheets, and that's got to be enough there. All right, now. It's important to remember, or for me to point out probably that those are statistics. Those are not hard, fast lines in the sand. They are indications of the probability where those, think about the definition, where those prices were revisited within a $1,640-something or a day range. Data set, subset, whatever you want, however you say it. Okay. Now I've done the my TLab snap, which is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, started by a guy named Tom B., who is self-proclaimed professional trader with more than 46 years experience, and I believe him. I mean, obviously, you don't know who I am. I mean, everybody is self-proclaimed, right? Unless you've got some sort of a history on, facts or posted someplace. So I believe that's what he is. It's a Bookmap Discord chat room, so it is obviously sponsored by Bookmap. It's the only one of the Bookmap Discord chat rooms that I recommend. I have certainly not been to all of them. I have only been to 2 others, and they were typical internet stuff. The first word, third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. Now, the refreshing part about the TLab is you're never solicited for anything. And there's a good group of people there. A lot of banter and a lot of things that, people saying, well, a vetted trade and this and that, which I question. But because I don't think they've done the homework, all of them, frankly. And I will also say that Tom doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. It's a Discord site room, right? And he does stream for, I think, an hour and a half each day, and like from 10:30 to 12, I guess. And that's rear view mirror. He starts back before the open and, makes commentary about the stuff up to and sometimes gets to the current price action, but sometimes not. So there's that. So it's not in any way a live trading or something else. And unlike here, where I spend all my time on the hard right edge and trade live, that's the difference, because this is my journal, and that's something that he's doing for Bookmap. So I respect Tom, and I think he's a good guy, and I think that I spent some time in there and was active early on. And I every day post the reports. And every day at 8:20, I post this snap, which gives anybody in there, gives anybody in there all the numbers that they might want to have leading up for the day, just as, tip of the hat to Tom and all the stuff he does. So there you go. And that's out of the way, and let's do something that you might consider important. What do you think? You think we ought to be able to trade today? To trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking this mouse. Trade control panel. Then you need to select a method that you will use to interact with the Bookmap application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column here. If you choose DOME, the only place you can use your mouse are the DOME columns, and both is obviously both of them. Then I select, because I very definitely use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied to my trading, and I am an absolute devout believer in trading with brackets only, stops and targets. That's how you manage your risk. And the ultimate objective of a trader is to manage their risk and preserve their account, and then grow it, right? So here we go. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot. 2 lots. Then you need to have a predetermined stop size. I use ticks for the package. In my case, it's 12 ticks. The first thing you should consider right here is your account risk parameters and tolerances. Whether you're trading your own money or some prop outfit or whatever it is. If you're paper trading, well, then you can knock yourself out. You can go crazy, you can YOLO and things, but that doesn't help you. I believe that no matter how you're practicing trading, you should approach it exactly as you would if it's your money. So once you've established the stop, then the first risk neutral target is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. The minute this is achieved, you're risk neutral. The worst that can possibly happen to your trade is a scratch, unless you are a donut and you move your stop away from your entry. Then you have the runner. And you got different runner prices and whatever you want to do. There you go. Now, one more step I have is that's wrong. You notice this? It didn't change. I would have just miraculously had a 4-lot. Don't want that. 2-lot. There we go. I know that I confirm my package size again. Here's all the metrics displayed above, which are here. You can also turn these off, off or on if you want to. So I don't need any of these other tools in the trade control package. I make sure it's on my selection for mouse, package size, click the button again. I have cancel, close, and my real estate back. Now we can open this mess. I might add that if you are an old-time keyboard trader, you can activate the hotkeys and trade with your keyboard at any time on Bookmap, but you must have one of the options selected in the trade control panel to be active. The only thing that you need to be aware of with the keyboard is the computer system must have, or I should say the Bookmap application must have the focus of the operating system, and that's the same in all systems. I believe in Bookmap. The reason I've always traded with a keyboard, but I believe in Bookmap the way that it's much more efficient, accurate, and faster to trade with your mouse. But be careful. If this is on, this is active, you see how it changes from a $sign or to a $sign from an arrow? If you accidentally click in here for any reason, you've got an order on or an order in or a trade on, whether you meant to or not. So use caution. Okay, now where the hell am I? We're going to open in about 1 minute here, 1 second, I should say. Well, there's the open and we didn't reset. That's just magical. Reset it now. I'm tired of waiting for it. God damn it. This thing has not been able to get its shit together. I even put this clock up over here so I could confirm the rhythmic time setting against this thing resetting. Yes, I'm sick of it. All right. So next thing we're going to do, as I said earlier in the pre-market here, was set the RTH or the IRT to full session or RTH session only. I don't have to do anything here because day of search, see where we open gap up. Just there we go. There we are, and there's our gap. Save these bad boys. Now, I don't know if I pointed this out earlier. This is the micro. I also plot the same story for the for the minis, and I push the price levels for minis or micros, whatever. Anybody that might need them. You want to come down here where we can see you there, mister? Look at there, he's being shy. Isn't that cute? Yeah. There we go. Turn off the naked volume points of control. And yeah, there we go. Everybody's happy. Everybody's on deck. We're live and direct, boys and girls. And this is one of those weeks where you are probably better off doing something better. Oh, we're gonna go open drive here, huh? Look at here. We are in gap rules. Where's our open? Right there. So that's the gap. This is the way I do it. You do whatever you want to do. Templates. Boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Gap high. What are we doing? 20 seconds. 1, 2, 2. Ooh, 2, 5. There we go. There we go. That reset is so irritating. It's only irritating because for years it worked perfectly. I never even thought about it. You know? Now with some upgrade or another, all of a sudden it's got its knickers in a knot. I have no idea. I went through a big back and forth with Bookmap support, and their final conclusion was, well, try rolling back to another one, or maybe try one of the betas. You know, okay. So here we have our IB high, IB low. That's pretty cool. Right on target. And down here is our previous IB high. Remember, that's why we put the initials down here. There you go. And what was this one here? I'm guessing that this was probably you see that our VP, our overnight volume point of control, jumped up right at the last second before the open, and it's up here, underneath it here somewhere, right there, someplace. I'll worry about this value later. I only care about moving those active, like for example, the overnight high was there because of the screen snap and the recording, right? I want those values to be accurate at the open. Another thing I do here at 8:30 is put our valuable team member Blue Boy on the job. And there he is. Now, this is nothing more than a visual cue for me. I can glance left. If I see blue boy, I know I have the entire session in range. You know? There's the overnight. There's the overnight session. That's all there was to it. Flat as a board until London showed up, and then they, like usual. So there you go. Dismal week last week. Boy, Thursday sucked. I'll tell you, it was the system very definitely did not. Well, it sucked. It was, it's a statistical fact that there are random distributions, and it's just irritating. So here we are. What are we doing now? Boy, I don't like this new mouse. Damn it. So we had a little bit of an opening drive. Are we going to get some responsive selling to take some profit and look at closing that gap? How could we tell that? Well, let's look at the statistics thing, shall we? So looking back, get the right page out here. There we go. Looking back at 1,640, whatever it is, days, we opened 415 of them gap up, right? So how often, what's the probability that price will revisit the previous high, which is what I call the gap? You can call it whatever you want. 65.8% of the time, or 273 days out of 415, where we opened higher out of range, we closed the gap. Math, probabilities, not wishing or guessing or shaking chicken bones. Math, simple. That's the way I believe you should approach the market. So is that a relatively good probability? Yeah, I guess it could be to somebody. And a lot of people trade the gap, actually. Gap closes and stuff. It's not one of my vetted trades, so I don't. My vetted trades are the initial balance trades. I'll talk about that after a bit, but, I got nothing to do until after 9:30. Because the initial balance is not a statistic until after 9:30. Hey, Antonio. Bon dia. Going to be a pretty goofy week, I'm supposing. Volatility. Well, let's look here. So we're 61% volume per average, and we're at about 3.5 on the average true range. So there you go. And here is where our overnight volume point of control shifted to, just ahead of the open. And it won't even light up, but I know that's what it is. It's right there. Notice it's this little guy right up here. There you go. And I'm pretty sure, let's see what that was. I'm pretty sure it's at 77, but let's check. $77.3, yeah, okay. So this guy right here needs to be shifted up to right there. and it's already been revisited, so it's a moot point. But, you know, for the sake of the stream and the recording and the posterity, and when they put all these, you know, when they put all these streams in the Smithsonian and everything, they'll want them to be accurate. All right, let's rumble here. We're looking at the bottom. Looking at the bottom. You'll be glad you got them. Here's our gap low. POC. Gap high. Remember that I mean, for me, my definition of gap is the previous RTH high to the current RTH open. You can do any which way you want. By golly. The trading hours this week are pretty goofy. Tuesday is the last full trading day until Friday. So I will not be streaming or plotting or pushing the values from Tuesday night through Wednesday, and then until Thursday night, the 25th. Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, the market reopens at the ETH at 1700 and trades through the full day on Friday. So there you go. Those half days and all that stuff screw up I find them annoying. First, I'm not going to trade them, and second of all, they mess up my data on IRT for lookbacks and statistics and everything. Most, you know, if it weren't for the stream, a lot of the guys in Static are gone. They left Friday. And that's probably a good thing. But we'll soldier on here. Keeping up. And I'm sick of that. Get away. No news is scary. There's nothing scheduled at all, but there's all this, you know, dust up around this Epstein story. So the possibility of some unidentified risk dropping out of the sky is probably pretty high today. I would suppose. And what I mean by that, no political comment whatsoever, and nothing's been added yet. They're pretty good about that, so that's good. IRT, I mean, investing.com only plots known expected financial reports or releases. Financial Juice is good about picking up new things like Trump's going to speak at such and such, or a signing of something, or one of the Bissett is going to say something that may impact the market. So that's a good heads up, because remember that our job as a trader is to protect and grow your account. So you want to be well advised and anticipate risk, any risk that might impact the market. You know, that only makes sense, I hope. And I don't care who it is. Just seems it's a bit unusual. The years I've been around the market, I've never known a situation where that was a case, where we had this potential, shocking, dramatic stuff happen so frequently, like every day kind of deal. Here's an example of what I mean. Here's 229 point drop, and that was a Truth Social tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday out of no place. So if you were long and you weren't, didn't have your stops and your brackets in, could have been a bad day. There you go. Do what you want, but that's how I approach it. And I call it unidentified critical risk potential, because that's what it is. For the last 25 years, we've known that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, the non-farm payroll is supposed to be released. Of course, in this past couple of 3 months, it wasn't, but, has been for years. That's a huge critical risk to the market, to the auction, but you can plan for it. You can mitigate that risk. You can have a plan to trade it or not, whatever you want to do. It's those things that come out of no place that can kill you. And what have we got here? A 2 millisecond lag. I don't like that. Why are you doing that? So, okay. I'm going to check Armory Crate and see what the hell is going on here. I did some stuff with this system over the weekend, pulled it apart and changed the fan configuration on the AIO or AOI, whatever it's called, the liquid cooler. Okay, this is Armory Crate, which comes part and parcel. This is my motherboard. Okay. I'm doing all of this in anticipation of upgrading my CPU. How in the hell can there be a millisecond lag? What is IRT doing? I'm about half tempted to just shut the son of a bitch down and start over. In fact, I think I will. I kind of shot myself in the foot when I built this machine. I build my own trading machines, and I've used Ryzen 9s previously, but this one I thought, when I got over here, I thought I'll try an i9. At that time, the 12900K was a top one, so that's what's in here. But the problem is, if I were to go any upgrade more than a 14900K, I have to replace the whole motherboard because they changed the socket. This is a whatever it's called, some alphabet soup, 1700 socket. So I can't get I can't go higher in a certain, I couldn't go back to Ryzen or anything because it's a different socket also. So yeah, magic. Little hiccup in the levels there. If anybody notices, I shut down IRT and I'm bringing it back up. See what that does. There we go. That's better. I like the none lag thing. You know, I saw a real interesting piece or video, whatever you want to call it, in IRT or in IRT by Chad about market data, and he had a couple of graphs showing the increase in market data volume. Is staggering. If I find it over the next couple of days again, I'll grab a snap of it and share it because it's pretty surprising. And okay, what's going on over here in the backtest world? I'm about, do. Okay, let's see what we're going to send to the chart. High, low, 1, look back, 10. Into the chart. Okie dokie. Boom, bitty boom. Still struggling with this frickin' these signals. All right. Well, I guess they're desperately trying to put in a Santa Claus rally, huh? Tomorrow being a light day, I'm going to just let this volume profile run at 9:30, at 8:30, until I see exactly how many minutes off it is, and then I'm going to try to make an adjustment for that. It's the only thing I know to do. I just can't ever bring myself to do it during a regular trading day, because I want the values to be proper, right? I want the IB high and low and the volume stuff to be proper, and it'll just continue plotting from it won't reset until I do it. I've reset it manually the last few days now. Nothing important, just a little nit-nat crap on my side there. In advance. Oh boy. Well, we've rounded the 9 o'clock, so that first A bracket's in the profile. Depending on how you lettered, obviously, but the first bracket is in the profile. I guess it goes without saying they're 30-minute brackets. So that's that. And I suppose it's as good a time as any to talk about the initial balance trades, which are the vetted trades that I'm focusing on at this point. And they are based on the initial balance statistic, which, as we talked about earlier this morning, can only happen after, I should say, 9:30. It's not a thing until 9:30 because by definition, it's the high and low of the first 1 hour, right? So the statistic that is it is the most probable statistic in the study that I use. And it's right here. it's greater than 97.6, 7.5, no, 7.6, 7.85, wow, 7.9. So in this open type, there is greater than 97.6% probability that price will revisit the overnight high or low at some point within the RTH trading session from 9:30 in the morning Central Standard Time until 1600 Central Standard Time. That's the statistic. So that statistic, around that statistic, some trading trades have been known and practiced for a long time, and I have vetted those with backtesting to determine to determine a positive edge, so or positive expectancy. And remember now that this level and this level are going to move down or up with price until the first 1 hour. So we've got another 25 minutes, 24 minutes. At which point, then that first rule of the trading system becomes active, because the first rule, as I have it defined, is to achieve the initial balance statistic one way or the other, with some additional criteria to it. The statistic, as reflected in the homework study there, my statistic study in IRT, only looks at the penetration or the revisit of the level. My trading system goes one step further, adding a filter for context to that. So that's something to be aware of. Well, that's something to be aware of. And there we are, 1 point high, and Blue Boy on the job. This is, talk about a nothing burger, right? And this is the first 30-minute bracket. I mean, kind of hard to see where price is going because it's so jammed up with all the crap in a big pile over here, right? We got the POCs and the mids and the developing value area highs and lows. And what is our range? Our range is 12 to 28. So 14 handle range in the first 30 minutes of the RTH trading session. It's a pretty light. Let's see just what light that might be. Well, we zoomed up and now we're back down to 3 points RTH range. That's kind of handy because that is the stop loss, remember? And we're only 68.9% volume of average for this time of day. My recommendation is to spend some time watching and testing. Only trade A+ vetted setups if you're going to trade. And if you don't need to, get outside and do something, go for a walk, whatever. These days are not very productive because everybody else is out going for a walk, They're not focused on their screens desperately trying to trade. I have the commitment to the stream, and so that's what I'm going to do. But in reality, if you do not have that commitment to be here doing this, that's probably, your time could be better spent going to the gym or chasing down your significant other or something, And again, I will here today, obviously, and all day tomorrow. And then that'll be the end of the stream until 1700 on Wednesday the 25th. I can show you the CME closing hours and all that if you're curious, if anybody is curious. Maybe it would be a good thing to put into the stream here, I guess. Let's see here. Boom. Where's that going to go? Right. Put him over here. Okay. Okay. So here we go. From the CME, right? CME group, trading hours, holidays. There you are. Holiday schedule. Equities, interest rates. Wednesday, closed. Oh, look at there, different. Thursday, pre-open at 1600, open at 1700. Regular trade on Friday until 1600. So there you go. So we're going to be closed on Wednesday. Doesn't make any sense. Hold on. What the hell is indices? I want to see indices. Where are they? I don't know what day it is. Yeah, well. So it's they're going to close on the at 12:15, so it's a half day, right? And that's I'm not going to start Tuesday night and have that data half day corrupt the system. So from tomorrow night, we close down levels in the stream until the open, the ETH open on Thursday night. There you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it there, boys and girls. Well, nobody's jumped in here yet. That's good news. That's good news. Oh. I bumped into a real interesting study in IRT over the weekend. Antonio, or anybody. This is a time-sensitive change based on trading days. It goes back 250 trading days, so the most recent 250 days. And this is the ESH6. This is the distribution around the days, but here's the thing that's really important. It's divided into RTH 1, 2, and 3, essentially. The first period averaged 251 negative. The second period, which would be, 1030 through 1, 610 positive. And the last session, the final, third, minus 65. I was really surprised about this one. That I've even said it here in the stream way more than once, that I feel that middle of the day is a real useless, great time to get chopped up. And even more surprising to me was negative outcome here on the first period. I thought that was pretty surprising. It said, obviously this is a pre-built. This was built by Chad Payne a long time ago. I mean, when he built it, it was 2016, but it's applicable now. What are you going to do? I haven't done any further looking into it, but pretty darn amazing, I thought. Would have never figured this. And back in 2016, it was much more as we would imagine, as I had thought. First session was bullish. Middle section was flat. Middle third was flat. And then the final session was where they had the most volume, most trade. I was pretty surprised. I'm going to have to look at it some more again, but I thought that was pretty weird. Not weird, but surprising. Once again, data. You can't argue with it. Well, they just came down and sniffed around, sniffed the flanks on this VP, and turned around and went the other way. So if you had to look at the session today, what would you think? What is our context? That'd be pretty friggin' obvious, eh? It's rotational and it's a really narrow range. So of the two initial balance trades, there's two associated with each of the initial balance high or low levels. There's the initial balance continuation, which it comes down, takes the stat, goes up, and keeps ripping one way or the other. Just as the name applies, continuation trade. The other one comes down, takes the stat, can't get any horsepower, and mean reverts, the IB failure. It's just a mean reversion setup that's, hung on around the initial balance, so it's considered the IB failure. The failure trade, or the mean reversion trade, is suggested when we're in a balanced or a rotational or a mean reverting context. That should be pretty simple. Would a day like this, would you anticipate a day like this would have a breakout and a rip? Now, maybe you might think that something like that was going to happen because of the gap up situation and the percentage and the probability that there's a 65% probability we're going to close the gap. That also means that's a 35% probability we're not. The magic of trading. So I will hang on and see what happens. See what the system signals. Now, the way I've been doing this is, since we're getting close, I have the trading system, which I've developed and that I use for backtesting, right there. Those are all the trading rules required to backtest and to trade the initial balance high and the initial balance low continuation, and pullback with the IRT backtest engine. You have to specify each rule, right? Each direction. And there are 3 rules to the system, only 3. This chart doesn't trade anywhere. But it does. I can push the system to this chart, which I have done. And then I have created these custom indicators so that I can visually confirm, is this stuff happening where I think it's supposed to or not? Now here's Friday and here's today. We don't have the pullback or continuation zones here because it isn't 9:30 yet. When it's 9:30, it will. I realize this looks kind of goofy, but let me continue on and I'll explain why this is shortened up and over here. So the 3, I'll use this example. The first rule is the A, which is the initial balance statistic, with the additional clause that the previous bar, in this case, is the initial balance high, so we're coming up from the bottom. The previous bar is opens lower than it closes. And then we have an open below the IB and a close above the IB. That constitutes the first signal. The second signal is to penetrate the continuation or the pullback zone. And the third signal is to pull back to the trigger zone. There you go. Bob's your uncle. A short or a long. Important to notice that this is simulated. This is just a note to verify I've selected the proper account, and there's nothing in the trade list. No instrument. IRT is not going to be sending any trades to my live bookmap account. Live AMP account, which I trade with bookmap. And I do that when a signal fires over here. I manually enter the trade in bookmap. So there you go. That's the way I'm doing it so far. As I said, day before or Thursday was a real disappointment. The system, and it's perfectly normal. In the back tests, I have 7 consecutive, over 500 days for this system, 500 consecutive stops, I think 10 consecutive winners or something like that. So having 5 is within parameters. Disappointing, absolutely for sure. But yeah. But that brings me to thinking, well, maybe I need to have what was happening. What ended up happening was it was a rotational day slopping around, and it got out of sequence. So I was basically buying the tops and going short in a hole. Well, that's not something I would ever do manually without, I was committed to following the trades and entering them. So that's what I did. But I would never do that just, discretionarily. That's a word, I don't know, using my discretion. So I've thought about long and hard over the weekend what I would do. How can I put some sort of a context filter in the system, a greater one, a larger context filter based on the context of the session. And I haven't come to anything yet. So where I am at this point today is if we continue like this, and the system starts throwing longs or, continuation trades, I will refrain from taking them discretionarily because, use my discretion not to take them because that was, 122 tick loss, 5 full stops in a row. It's, When I back test, I click backtest and I, take 7 or 8 seconds and the system does exactly that. And that's how it determines how many losses, stops in a row or wins in a row and all those other kind of things. And that's completely emotion free because it's just a backtest going bang. But when you're standing here doing this live in real time with your money on the line, big difference. Big difference. Okay, 4, 3, 2, 1 minutes left. Here we go for the initial balance statistic to become active. I better water bottle up here. Well, by golly, there we are. We are officially in the initial balance statistic. Now it's really important for me to point out my daily warning. Do not, and I repeat, my suggestion is do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Oh boy, we're above the mid, we're above the VWAP, we're above the POCs. I know we're going to take the IB high. No, you don't. That's what somebody thought right over here about the IB low, you know, and it, granted, it wasn't the time, but look at that. So when we take the initial balance high, we will have taken it. When we take the initial balance low, we will have taken it. Until then, we have not. And my journaling previously is ample data to suggest that's a bad idea. So here we are, it's 9:30, the levels are plotting. The labels are on. You notice that at 9:30, wherever they went, are going to push right over here, and pretty quick you're going to see the labels right here on either side of the initial balance high and low, I think. Oh. Man. And there they are. Okay, now I can widen out and do a few things over here, make that a little easier to see, I guess. Bring them down here and bring them up there just a touch. Okay, there we go. That's pretty easy to see, I guess. That's an old joke. She's not fat, she's just easy to see. Or I should say, I'm not fat, I'm just. Well, let me also point out a thing about statistics that is important, I believe. the probability that we will take out the IB high or low, the initial balance statistic in today's gap up or open higher out of range is 97.5%, if I remember right. What does that mean? That means it's not 100%. It means that there is a 2.5-ish% probability that we will take neither the IB high nor low. And we did that 2 Fridays ago, by the way. We traded the entire day and did not take out either one of the IB high or low. So unless it's 100%, you know, there you are. And here's one of those cases where don't trade to the statistic. Are we going to take the IB low? Probably. Well, it looks like it. Looks close. It looks likely, doesn't it? Well, there you go. Now, somebody got all excited about that. Got short. Now they're sweating bullets. There we go. So we've taken the IB low per the statistics study, which only requires a penetration like that or a touch. Okay? You can set it either way. On the trading system right now, we have currently an A in progress as long as it closes below the IB. If it does not close there, that will no longer be an A. And I lied. Now we're looking for a B. I've changed those, whether it's, that is not correct. That should not be the correct signal. That should be below. God damn. I have spent so many sleepless hours standing here. These are stand-up desks, by the way. I don't sit down. I don't have a chair in here. You know, I'm standing here 12, 14, 16 hours a day. Well, that's, I got to look at that signal. Some of the B and the trigger signal I have modified to include equal to, you know, or greater than, but not the IB, not the A signal that I am aware of. Maybe I was trying to simplify them. Maybe I'm a dork. All right, now what we're going to do is the scary part for everybody. In anticipation of trading, first thing we're going to do is make sure we're going to run the roses here and make sure the checklist is right. Okay, 2 contracts. That means I've got the risk neutral package. That means I'm on both. That means I'm okay. Get rid of the granularity here. Widen her up. Widen her out. Now I'm going to do the cardinal sin here, and that's put on some candlesticks. I wish they had bars, but they don't. The reason for that is, and get out to 1 minute. The reason being, some of the rules have a open higher than a close, meaning within a minute bar, right? The last price down here has no time idea around it, but I want to know what that is. So, Now the B signal, or the second signal, my creative naming, right, AB trigger. This is the continuation zone. This is the pullback zone. So we have an A. Now we're going to get a B or a B, and then a trigger within 1 point either side of the IB. And we have the proper flags up here. Okay. All of this rigmarole with this indicator flags and stuff, I'm trying to simplify this chart for other colleagues there like Garrett and whatever that are trying to use it. I want the flags to fire sequentially and uniquely so that they're not just firing all over the board wherever that particular signal might be, met, because the trading system fires an A, then a B, then a trigger. Then it doesn't, and then nothing else happens until the system goes flat or the positions are flat. Then it starts over. And I'm not saying this should be a red light, green light automatic trading system, but I want the system to accurately reflect how it was backtested. And so that if someone like Garrett is trying to look at this during the day and get some idea about, and there's a B, okay? About what is going to happen. Only a B now if it closes within that zone. I want it to be, I want to help, not hurt, right? Not hinder. No close, hose, nose. Nope, nothing yet. Now we might get one now. Well, I'm going to go right through it. You're looking over here. You see why I'm using the candlesticks here. So here's the close, not up here. Here's the close, not in here. It's the only way I've figured out to do it. I don't know. And sometimes I even do this if you want to get really sick to your stomach. Watch this. Oh, baby. I don't know. Yeah. I realize that's a lot for bookmap guys to put up with, I realize. Well, we didn't get a B and we don't have a trigger, and here we are. We have a Hardy Hi-Ho Silver, but that's about it. Tease this right here, but no trigger. And up we go. And at some point here, when the dust clears a little bit, I'm going to look at those signals about that A and the B and then this and that. Can do that now, I guess. It looks like we've got some time. Maybe. So here's the A signal right here. That is an IB low. So it would be either an IB low stat, right? And that's correct. It's higher than. Open is higher than the IB stat, and the low, not the close, is lower than the IB stat. So that fired and maintained correctly. I'm not going to look at the signals because they are following suit. So I do this so often in the day and the night. Get crazy. They seem pretty intent on defending this 62s up here, or 22s up here. Been in there since 9:44. We got another big one up here at whatever that is, 25. And 13. Mm-hmm. Boy, that's about as perfect a Gaussian distribution as you want, right? Got the tails are perfect, and looks prettier over here. Which of course means 0. Now this thing says we have a B right here, but I don't see that flag over here, and that's what I've been fighting forever. So disappointing. And I don't know why, and there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, I'm not going to do anything about it now. I'll revisit all this stuff over these few days of holiday, and I've done it countless times. There's some difference. The difference here is that the signals, the rules of the trading system are separate from the signals which are applied on the chart. Started out being just copies, right, with a rename. As things developed, I've had to do some modifications and confirm that if I change this one, I change that one, and then my theory is to use these VPound variables to limit the flags to only fire at the appropriate time. Well, this says that B fired, but, and I suspect it's right here, but there's no B signal. So, yeah, so sick of it. I'm not a code monkey, so, you know, I'm on the ragged edge most of the time doing this. Most of the time. It is pretty weird, though, I tell you. I've got to say that's pretty weird. This is the B. These are the B signals here. So this is an IB failure long. Well, that should have been a B. Absolutely. Okay. Let's look at the signal. I don't get it. I mean, I don't know. If I change this one to a, maybe it's the sequence of these happening. I don't know. Watch this. There's the B. Okay, well, obviously you don't want to put them on there yourself. You want them to be signal driven, but at least it's doing things that I appreciate here in terms of not all over the board. What did we do? Oh, a homemade cream puff. Oh, Jesus. I tell you, she's amazing. Homemade cream puffs this morning. Served up to the desk. Wow, pretty snazzy. Let me see something here. Ah, damn it. I don't want to do that. There we go. Maybe I don't need to have these intra-bar. Yeah, thinking out loud here. So I hope someone, now, let me start over with that. If you have vetted, in other words, you've captured a statistically significant data set of mean reversion trades with specific criteria that you've come up with, and you've determined that they have an edge for you, a positive expectancy in this type of an environment, and you got short or long down here and you're mean reverting, mean reversion, right? Outside in, outside in. That's the trade that's most suggested and most anticipated in a rotational environment. You're happier than a pig in the mud, right? You've got down there at around 60, 66, 67. And you back up, you've got, say, 20 handles. That's cool. That's very cool. Which brings up a real important thing I try to say every day. This is my virtual trading journal. This is what I'm doing. How I'm approaching the market and attempting to trade it. The goal being consistent profitability, because this is my business. This is how I support myself. So, by no means is this my way or the highway, the only way I think you should trade. If you've got any methodology that you use to trade consistent, produces consistent profitability over a large data set, period of time. In other words, not 3 trades last week, but you know what I mean? Good for you. Don't trade whatever you do. And share, drop it in the chat. Tell us all about it. Tell us all about it, Bub Louie. Yeah. Okay, well, let's get back to reality here. Come here, Blue Boy. What is that dog up to over here? Come on, dog. Oh, there we go. double top. Oh, I hope I haven't been talking to the muted mic there. Sorry about that. For a period of time. No signals yet, and nothing to do. I mean, A and B, both, but maybe gonna get a trigger here. You never know. What have we got? 1023. Why would that not be the case? So there's an A. Oh, there's the signal. Do I want to take that trade? I don't know about that. Doesn't look very good, does it? This is where I think discretion needs to happen, I guess. I don't know. Maybe, well, there would have been a, nothing, I guess. The minute I walk away to do something, that happens. I might point out that the system has not taken a trade up here, so that's got me pretty buffaloed too, to be honest with you. I have the damn thing on, right? Sirree, Bobby. That's the system right there. Well, I will just stand by and see what the hell happens there, I guess. A? B, and why that's not a trigger, I have no idea, to be honest with you. One of the things I've noticed previously is me. I remember when I said don't trade in anticipation of a statistic. Same story, getting all hurry scurry and blurry and jumping into trade before the system had actually done something over on the IRT side, and then it, I stand here with a down look on my face, and the system's going like Nelson and The Simpsons. I'm not saying that's the case now, but no trades here yet. It's real obvious, I guess very obvious how it's graphed. You'll see one if a trade comes on. Yeah, I'm pretty puzzled now. Again with the snaps to study later. Now in this case it's good because I have the stream recording this, right? So I can replay it. What's really frustrating is if I'm focused on bookmap and I'm not seeing what's going on over here. That's why I got in the habit of making those quick snaps so that I could review. Okay, here were the flags. Here was price. Why not? Or whatever. And the flags, these signal markers, only are here. They're only based on these signals here, here, and here, which are, for all intents and purposes, driven by the actual rule in the trading system. Why I can't get the trading system, when it fires this rule, put this marker, that would be super duper, but apparently it doesn't work, or I'm not clever enough, or I don't have the secret. Maybe I gotta upgrade my magic wand. I don't know. I got my Harry Potter hat, and my Gandalf deal going on over. Got the old Gandalf look going on over. I'm sporting a Gandalf hat. I have to trade that Gandalf hat in for Santa hat pretty quick. Pretty quick. Huh. One thing, here's another, something that I'm trying to achieve with these flags is I also can't get the system to just say, okay, this rule was hit, right? Something to say that. I've tried different entries, and now we've got an A and a nothing and a B, and I've tried different things. The only way I've come up with so far is the V-pound variables, because they're based on the system, not on the chart, and that's how the rules are applied or judged. So, I have a problem with, since Chad Payne left IRT, I don't get, well, if Chad were still there, I would ask him some of these questions specifically around these things, but I've tried with Eddie or whatever, and there's quite a bit of a delay, and they're busy, so I don't want to bother them. I'm pretty glad it didn't go long, huh? Piss poor for my direction, but the excuse is gonna be that I haven't seen the system take one over here. Take one for the team. So, we'll see. Let's go this way and see what's up. So I've got 80, 81, 82. Okay, how the hell is that working here? I'll tell you what I need to do. I think what I'll do this weekend. I'm going to have a lot of fun over this holiday, straightening out this stuff and working on back testing. And it's just my, oh, here's something that I usually flop out there, but I'll do it. Thought I had it put over here, but maybe not. It's important to understand, I try to say it a lot, but the bulk of your work, of the work of a trader, in my opinion, for me, right, is away from the live market. That's when I do my studying, my homework, builds back testing, all of that stuff. All of those things which are the real critical elements of a successful trading plan. And during the live market, your job, my job, is to execute that plan. Whenever an opportunity that's been previously identified and vetted presents itself, take the trade. That's my job, as I see it. And that kind of flies in the face of, I don't know, have no idea how or where you were raised or what your work ethic was, but I was raised on a ranch in Montana, and boy, I'm telling you, it was work can to can't, and you got in your mind that reward is equal to effort. Days pay for a day's work, that kind of thing. Not the case in trading. Certainly not in the live market. I put in many more hours. Stream is 7 hours every day. I have at least an additional 4 hours, sometimes more, per day. Back testing, building, reviewing, working on a rule, whatever. And then I also spend every weekend on that, many hours every day. So in reality, I'm sure I spend more hours than I would in live trading. I'm not saying I'm any kind of I'm not looking for sympathy or anything, but I think that's something to recognize, that the effort, in other words, standing there not trading can be just as valuable to your trading business as this compulsion to click the mouse all the time. That's something to throw out there. I'm still kind of puzzled why we're not getting any trades over here. And this thing is obviously down to the, is that a pullback and up we go? Not as far as this is concerned. What I was going to try to do here was signal out this B. This should have been the first B, in my opinion. And that is a IBC long. That's an IB continuation long. Oh, well, there's the problem right there. Don't have an IB. How could that have been the case? Here's A. A sets the IB. A sets the 180. How is that possible? Jesus. This is like chasing your frickin' tail. IB high continuation, get it? Well, there I am. That's the signal. Oh, I've just screwed up now. I've just changed this to signal. God damn. I'll tell you. Add the rule. I've also tried, I had a thought of doing this also. If anybody knows IRT, Jesus Christ, speak up, please. I beg of you. I had a thought to put all these signals into the system as well, rather than just living over here, but I don't know if that matters or not, to be honest with you. So we're going to delete that signal rule out of the system, out of the trading system. And we're going to look at the IB stat, IB high continuation stat. There's the A. And set 80 to 1 and 80 to 1. And they are not, that has not been the case. And there's the statistic. How is that possible? Ugh. Come on. Modify the rule. Savey wavy. I don't know. Got me, boys and girls. And that's not tough. I only went a mile and a half to school, you know. I grew up on a ranch in Montana. I got some stories that I don't tell because nobody believes it. In this day and age. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, son of a gun if I know. I know one thing, I didn't take those trades, and I'm not too disappointed about the fact. Now, had I taken the IB long, considering that I thought those were signals? Yeah, well, now look, everybody's gone. Now everybody's fired over here now. Now I have 1, 0, and 1 and 2. So now it says I've got, including a trigger. And there's the system has taken a trade. Jesus Christ. Huh? See that? Yeah, you see this? They just suddenly, this one fired, which validated that one, and that one, that's the trigger. And there you see the trade. Jesus. That's pretty annoying. I don't want to chase this, but if it comes down to these lows, I will do as I have committed to do, and that's, trade in the direction, trade with the signal. Oh, that's really annoying. With a capital N. Annoying. Okay, you see how the system works? And boop, boop, boop. This is how Bookmap does what it does. Let's shut off the candlesticks. Multi-brackets, I'm sorry. So there's the stop, there's the limit, there's the sec T2, there's the entry, break even, and we stand by and watch. Put on your, put on your thinking cap and watch what happens. This is a live trade in my live AMP funded account, micros. And, you can probably use your imagination as to why I'm trading micros. I'd much rather have taken $150 loss last Thursday than $1,500 difference between micros and minis. We're getting lower highs, lower lows. Are they going to take it back up and give us at least a risk neutral scale, or are they going to pull the bottom out from under it? I would suspect the bottom, because as I said before, it's a it's a rotational day and it's light volume. So to me, that would be, if I were trading this purely with discretion, I would be looking for outside in. The system, didn't do that, but there you go. This is the part that's frustrating about trading a system and trading it, using statistics and probabilities of a vetted trade. When you're doing a back test, I'm looking at 500 days. Typically, that's 495 trading days, and it's testing around 1,000 trades. It takes around 1,000 trades. So you'll have a series of consistent winners and a series of consistent losers, and whether it's profitable or not in percentages, that's pretty easy to take. It happens. It does that back test in 5 to 7 seconds. So when you have a couple of bucks on the line and you're, streaming live, but this is, what it is. This is where you can't start doing all the, I'm going to trail it up to break even, like I could have trailed that up to break even and been out now for a scratch. Is it going to continue lower highs? Or are they going to run it up some more? Who the hell knows? The market is a random environment. There are thousands of participants all making a statement, They say, somebody, whoever they is, says that the initial, when market pushes out of the initial balance, high or low, it's typically the higher time frame because they're the ones deep enough pockets to do that. I have no clue. Well, we need a Trump bump here. Where's this guy when where's this guy when I need him? Excuse me. Robbing my throat there. I sure am puzzled as to what the hell. How that works. And like everything, this is the risk neutral methodology. When you get the risk neutral scale, then it's just put your helmet on and see where it goes. It's the same. There's no difference now actually, but once that risk neutral scale is off, and the worst that's going to happen is a scratch, that's pretty nice. It certainly alleviates psychological pressure for me. I'm able to tell Monkey Boy to go out in the backyard and play, and I don't start thinking about, shall I pull him up to break even now and scratch and all that shit. Your mind starts doing all kinds of wonderful things. On some Christmas music over there in the CME. Let's get this rally going here, babe. I've been testing some different things with backtesting that I'll talk about after 2, usually is when we go through the backtesting. About, trailing at various targets. In other words, if price gets up here to T1, then trails up to break even, or trails up to T1, or, whatever. A lot of different ones. I've got probably, I don't know, I suppose 30 or 40 back tests on in my table. We'll look at in a bit. What you need to be, you need to have this, you see? That's what makes it more fun. And this is a good time to talk about, where did he go? Good time to, oh man, I don't want to do that. Sorry about that. Wait a minute. What's going on here? I'm trying to do something like... This is why I stream, right? And I don't... What I was going to say was, it's a good time to talk about Monkey Boy, right? We have... that's what I refer to all the psychological stuff we have with us. And Tom calls it hide. And, you know, some people refer to it a lot of different ways. But as humans, we've developed over a long time. I think everybody will imagine. Oh, nobody will argue with that. We have neural pathways have been established and reinforced for years, and thousands of years actually. A lot of times that helped us greatly to evolve to where we are today, because it preserved our ancestors, you know, and then they were able to pass down their genes. But that doesn't do us a lot of good now in trading, like risk aversion, FOMO, desire to be right all the time. Those things don't help. Remembering to breathe, you know. So I call it Monkey Boy. Now, that wiring, in my opinion, is, I'm no shrink. I am not kidding when I say I grew up as an old cowboy from Montana. So, in my opinion, my assessment of myself is that I'm never going to get over those things, but I am going to be vigilant and continually aware of them. There we go. That's what we like to see, that rest neutral scale. Yeah. So the way I approach it is, I'm constantly vigilant that, you know, like right now in this trade, waiting for all this to pass, I can feel Monkey Boy, the adrenaline, all that stuff going on, and I just have to take a deep breath and, you know, talk, think through it, relax, and above all, separate the, you know, tell him to go out and play in the backyard and not be clicking the damn mouse. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. This is one of those situations where I've tried various what ifs, you know, with the trailing thing. Like, so had I had this system set up to trail at 12 ticks, well, it would have done that and then been taken out. So that would have locked in to essentially 1-to-1 risk reward. Now, on minis, that'd be $300 as opposed to $750 is what my two targets would yield. Over here, you know, 75. So what I will have with both targets off on as planned would be 60 points, 60 ticks. I'm sorry. And again, where Monkey Boy can come out to play with you is, okay, now I had stops last week, the other day or whatever, let's bring them up here, let's lock it in, and all those traderisms, and you never go broke taking profits, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And those are all valid, or can be. But what I believe is that until I have properly vetted that with backtesting, and what I mean by that is, this is a risk neutral 2-lot system. I don't touch anything. Backtest that. Then over the same data, then you make one change. Okay, let's say trail up to break even. So that would, let's say when T1 is hit, trails to break even. Make that change. Backtest, which is better, which has a better outcome. And that's the only way I can see approaching this systematically with any kind of you know, any kind of common sense. Okay, let's hear them goddamn jingle bells. Let's get going here, Santa. The deal, Rudolph pawing the roof and Dumper and Flumper are doing something else. I don't know what they're doing. Dipsty and Dumpster are doing something else. I've tried a lot of different things too with this scale up. When price gets to 16 ticks, scale to T1, and lots of different stuff. And I can show you all the back tests, and I'm happy to share any of that stuff with anybody that, if you want to screen snap, take it. If you want to, if you've got IRT, I'll share all this crap with you. I ain't got no problem. So there you see T2. And what are we doing? Well, gapping and going, maybe. And now I need to start thinking about management, right? So at this point, I am pretty adverse to letting it blow back in your face. Do I trail up to here? Do I trail up to, the conventional wisdom, trail up to swing lows? I have no idea. I can relate to the fact that you don't let it come back in your face, but I don't know. That trade management piece, apart from trailing, is not something that I know how to code into my system IRT yet, or at all. Long way to go for Santa. Old Santa Claus there. What did I do? Oh, okay. Let's see about moving this down here a little bit. Well, what is that? That's, so this is 3 points. Another 12 ticks. This would be the trigger where I have been experimenting with trailing up to T1. I've put it all over the board, 12 ticks, whatever. So that's 12 and 12, that's 24 ticks. I don't know. You don't know. And the minute I talk about that, almost every time it comes right back to where that was, where I would have trailed and takes me on, and then goes on up to T2 or whatever else. I don't really know what to think. Here we go. There we go. Break even at least. I don't know. T1. There would be the. There would have been the T1. Funny, isn't it? The minute I start talking about that. 1104. Something else that's funny that I mentioned the other day, yesterday maybe. Look at how these levels had such support here. Isn't that incredible? And it's completely bullshit. These are the levels I put in the system just out of no place for to test this particular IB high and IB low. These lines have got nothing to do with anything. I think that's a classic example of confirmation bias. You know, and that ought to tells me to be really careful of confirmation bias to do with any lines, levels, something that you're thinking matters. You know, I put these in here just strictly arbitrarily based on, hey, well, why don't you try 3 to 5 points? Okay, I will. It's amazing how frequent. And look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Support. Oh, it comes down. Now it's got support. Resistance used to be support, all that stuff. I'm not saying it's... I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. It's like the Fibonacci numbers and stuff, you know, it's... may or may not be valid. And I think I'm just going to sit on this thing and let it run. We get up above the previous high, and I'll liable the trailer up to this swing low. I'd like to see us get up to that. My guess is that you see, we got a lot of liquidity to chew through here. Got a pretty big pile of it been sitting up here for a while. We'll see. I don't see anything brilliant on the anywhere. Where's that damn Trump bump when you need him? What is that guy doing? Can't trust him. Yeah, damn guy. Just can't trust him. Oh, come on now. What the hell's the deal here? What's going on? That's not very nice. That's not very nice, is it? Pretty typical, but not very nice. They get into that low volume area down here and they're liable to go scooting the other way right down here. And what they're doing now, I've just, you know, making retail soup. I don't know. Got no idea. What do we got? 11. Ugh. Well, boy, I wish I had access to some sort of top secret Twitter thing or something. I could put out a little pump and bump action over there. Where is this Trump guy when you need him? God damn. Can't count on that guy for anything. Disappointing. JD Vance or whatever, yeah. He doesn't seem to do anything that I hear about, except he spent $32 million on family vacations so far this year, since taking office in January. Taxpayer money. That's I would say that's a lot. I will also say that I have no idea if that's normal for vice president or not. I have no clue. But I saw those numbers in the Bureau of Expenses or whatever they call it report. Oh, he must have heard me. Good boy. Thanks, Donnie. Donnie Ray. Let's get that baby up here. Come on. Everybody with a red ball cap gets $1,000. Come on. Or not. When whatever happened, everybody's going to get a $2,000 check and we're going to do this and that and something else. I wonder whatever happened to all that. I never heard anything more about it. They sure screamed like pigs when the last administration issued stimulus checks around COVID. If I remember right. Well, this is one of those go mow the lawn kind of deals, I guess. I don't really know any reason why it ought to go up to that second target, to be honest with you. This is just arbitrarily there based on their bracket, right? It isn't there for a reason. And there's no levels for a shitload ways above us. That can't be right. There's got to be a naked volume point of control up here. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's look at something over here. See where I'm going here. Here we are. There's got to be naked. Oh, it could be below us, actually. Oh, yes. Taken out, taken out, taken out. Only other naked volume point of control we've got is up here. From way back over here in October. And that's all-time. all-time high country. So what is this high? 69.31 half we got here. 69.21 half. No, wait. 69.33 half. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, here we are at 1 point high. Between every one of these is 4 ticks, right? And then let's get Blue Boy on the job over here. Come over here, you lazy dog. There he is. What does that context say to you? Flat as a board and then a little bit of up and then maybe some more up. I don't know. Who knows? See why you should never have preconceived notions or ideas, and why you should always trade what you see, not what you think. I mean, I took the signal because that's what the system said, but as I have said here 1,000 times, my suspected trade would have been outside in. I mean, that hasn't been unvalidated yet, but still, you know. Invalidated, that's pretty cute. I'm making up words. Invalidated, maybe. That's the right way to go. Well, I suppose everybody's all excited for the holidays, wherever you might be, whatever you do. Boy, they get into it down here, I'll tell you. There's couple of the neighbors around here, they got their houses. I'm sure you can see them from space. No doubt about it at all. They got a lot of lights going on. That's for sure. Remember, these are just those continuation zones and pullback zones having nothing to do with anything except me just arbitrarily throwing them on there. But isn't that funny? Maybe I should start selling those things. You know. Jesus. It is funny to me. To the point of noticing them. Well, come on now. You've only got to get a little scoot higher. You've only got to get up to 39, for Christ's sake. That's only 6 more handles. What's the deal? What's the matter with you guys? Who's not pushing? Everybody out and push. Come on. Get up here. Got a big pile of liquidity at 7 and another one at the 40 handle. Get up there and show these guys who's boss. Look at them. 35, 37, 40. See the liquidity piling up here? 35, 37, 40. And as I mention every time I talk about liquidity, like everything with trading, there's 2 beliefs. One is that that's a magnet pulling price up. The other side of the coin is that's a lid on the pot pushing price down. Got no clue. as I don't think really anybody else has, except probably whoever it is that's putting those orders in there. Imagine having enough horsepower and account size to put in 100 lot. Well, even in the micros, that's a lot of money. But imagine that in the minis. What always gets me about the market on closing balance when there's billion something trades at $12.50 a tick. A lot. Well, it's basically 1.25 billion every tick. Yeah. Wow. Who's throwing around that kind of money? Not I, said the boomer. Building a little distribution up here. Not exactly what I had in mind, but you know, they could just push it on up to that target and I'd be okay. I'd be satisfied. I wouldn't complain. Not that I'm complaining now, but you know. It's just a simple case now of helmet on and see where it goes. This is all of the instances where that scale wouldn't have worked out very well. Of course, here couldn't have even scaled it, but I don't know. I don't know. So the way I do this backtesting is to try to be methodical about it. Okay. T1. Do you scale to break even? To entry, do you scale to T1? Price above T1, do you scale to break even? Do you scale to T1? And then see how it works out, which works out better over a large enough data set to be statistically significant. I don't know another way to do it. If somebody does, I would love to hear about it. Myself. I don't know why that damn thing moves every time. Each one of these is a vetted backtest. Each line covers around 490 something days and anywhere from 7 to 1100 trades. Win rate, loss rate, scratch, win rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward, profit factor, day trades, and on and on and on. This is what I was talking about. Here is, there you go. There's 12, 12, 48. No scale, nobody left on third. Here's scale at 12 ticks at T1 to break even, to entry. And here's scale to 12 to 12. So here you can just look at these three and which one should I be trading today? Well, there's 50% win rate, there's 75% win rate, there's a 70% win rate. Average winner is 79 ticks, 35 ticks, 32 ticks. Average loser is going to be the same. Scratch is way high. Coming down, nobody. Here's the only thing that I think is the criteria to use really is the net profit. And this is over, remember, this is over 495 days. And eight or 900 trades. There's 15,000, 13,000, 15,000. It's ironic that the one which scales to T1, trails to T1, is nearly has a $16 different net profit than the no scale, just basic package. I find that pretty amazing. That's the difference between expectancy and your risk to reward story. Yeah, it's mysterious. Well, this is not good. What are you doing this for? Huh? Oh, 11:25. Closer to noon, the more I think this is going to fall off a cliff. But you never know. Kind of amazed that they pulled this off and weren't able to get a little bit more out of it. Another lift, you know. Or maybe they will, but they haven't yet. Whoops. And now that I'm busy talking about it, I'll go ahead and show you what I was looking at. Here we had this. Now we're flat. We didn't get one more lift out of it, which would have been just wonderful. I don't like thinking about them coming around the bottom of this distribution into this low volume node here, because that means this stop's going to get clobbered, I would suspect. See what the IB does to it. 11:30 already. I need to. Well, you sons of guns. Some selling going on there, being absorbed there, but I would have liked to seen it not getting anywhere. Let's get going to the upside. What's the matter with you guys? The theory about a deal like that I was talking about with that selling absorption there is that sellers aren't getting any place. These balls here are delta. Nor did the buyers get any place up here. So what does that mean? Who the hell knows? I mean, I understand what it means, you know, intellectually and thinking about it, but what's it doing with the market? The thing that I have witnessed more than anything about the market is anything you say, there's an equal and opposite saying that way, you know, 180 degrees out of phase. It's just like the market. The market is a zero-sum game. For every buyer, there's a seller. For every seller, there's a buyer. Each person has their own, you know, this guy knows it's going up and that guy knows it's going down. Simple. It's in the futures market. It's only a zero-sum game. So, yeah. And I'd like to see all of this pile of shit get... What are these guys doing? I don't know, but they're sure choked in around it, aren't they? That's a lot of contracts up there. I don't know why or have any idea, but what I'm going to do today is our daughter needs to get over someplace right at 3, so we'll wait till the stream. I close the stream every day at 3 o'clock, so that's not a problem, 1500. I'll shut her down, and then tomorrow will be the last full stream, and the last stream until Christmas Eve night, Christmas night, 25th, the Thursday. At 1700, the ETH will open again, and so I'll fire up all my computers and stuff and be back up all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for the stream on Friday. Maybe I ought to take these lines off, you know? And it's so funny. Look at that. Obviously, it's just completely coincidence and meaningless, but boy, if you had to look back at that, is that not confirmational bias or what? Oh, this is here we got support, you know, here we have resistance zone, supply zone, and all that, you know. All that stuff that you hear so much about. Look at there. All that. Put the lid on it right there and pushing it down. What is this? What is this thing here all about? Oh yeah. The line is right in this little low volume node. Crazy. And in hindsight, of course, I'll be disappointed that I didn't take it off when it, you know, trail it up to T1 or more. But how the hell do you know? You don't. It's a random market. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That's important to know. And the outcome of the next trade has nothing to do with past performance. You know, that past performance is not indicative of future results. That's not something to do with law. That's not some lawyer dreamed that up. That's a statistical fact. In this type of an environment, which is 50-50, it's like a coin flip. The outcome of the next coin flip is 50-50. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Come on, Trump. God dang it. You know, do a brother of solid. Let's keep going, or however that goes. You know, what's the matter with this guy? I have no idea what he's doing or where, but I suppose Florida. Last time I saw some news footage or something, it looked warm out, so I'm guessing Florida. Golfing, of course. So funny how short memory these fellas have. They bitched and moaned and wanted to impeach and everybody, you know, Biden, or not so much Biden, but Obama, because he went golfing or whatever else. Well, Trump has, first of all, he only golfs on his own golf courses, but pays them, of course, with everything to do with golfing, including all the carts for the security people and all that stuff. According to what the hell is the name of it? General Accounting Office, they've spent $2 million on golfing carts and expenses, paying Trump's own golf courses just this year. And on top of that, the number of days is 24% of the days that they've been in office have been on the golf course. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I do think there's a lot wrong with paying exorbitant prices to your own golf club, you know, taking taxpayer money to go golfing. Okay, but don't be yipping and yapping and screaming about some other guy that went golfing half as many times. It's the minute they get in, whoever they are, it's suddenly a big ball of hypocrisy, you know. It's just, I think it's all designed around news bites. I really do. You know, they know how short the news cycle is, and they just play it like a cheap violin, man. I'm not that clever, but it's what it seems like to me. Well, up we go, down we go. This is pretty fun. I mean that sincerely. It's whether you win a trade or lose a trade, it's not the outcome. It's, did you take the trade that you planned? Are you following your plan? Are you FOMOing or doing things to break your plan? If not, it's a successful trade. Got to realize or accept the fact or come to peace with, or whatever you want, however you want to look at it. Trading is a random environment, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. You're going to have winners, you're going to have losers, you're going to have random distribution, you know. For example, flip a coin. Everybody knows, I believe, and we all agree, a coin flip is 50-50. Flip it 10 times, and are you surprised that you're going to have more heads than tails? Or vice versa? Of course not. Same way with trading. In a short time frame, it's very, very normal in statistics and just the way things work that you're going to have a random distribution, you know? And that's fact, Jack. The important, see a text from my son here. What the hell was I just going to show you guys? Why does that keep moving? I don't know. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers. 30 winners consecutive, 5 losers. 24 winners consecutive, 5 losers. 4 winners consecutive, 19 losers. 4 winners consecutive, 36 losers. So let's look at those 2 or those 3 options that we were looking at a minute ago. What the hell is this? I do rule changes. Oh yes, I do rule changes on entry rules and stuff. Okay. That's how, so that's, you know, those are probabilities, and there you are. What can you say? One thing I can say is Pencil Neck better get out and he better get on the microphone and start doing something here. What is this wrong with this guy? That's what we want to know, isn't it? Inquiring minds want to know. And here we are. That's the system. There's the one trade it took. Here we are putting along. Get back over here where we can see the same idea. Just this is live, real time, funded by me. Account with AMP. This is how it's presented by Bookmap. One thing I always do for the final snap when the trade's over is this. Now that, so there's everything about the trade, right? As we sit so far. As transparent and as what's going on here? Completely transparent, completely accountable. Need to get some of that lip augmentation in this thing. Well, those are some pretty funny pictures of the administration people. Why anybody thought that was a good idea? I can understand why the magazine Vanity Fair, whatever, thought it was a funny idea, but I can't imagine why anybody let them publish that. It seems pretty unattractive. You know, those close-ups. And there's been 1,000 really funny commentaries about them. Look at us go here now. We're up over the T1 again. Come on now. You got a big shot. He must have heard me. Come on. Come on. Let's just take one run for the roses up here. We just get up to that 39 or 40, and then Uncle Billy's going to be a happy guy. So with Boomer, everybody, Uncle everybody. Billy Carter, man, I forgot about that guy. Whatever happened to him, I wonder. Billy Beer. Okay. Well. I'll tell you, these levels here, I gotta sell these for extra money. These are really, really holding perfect. Those support and resistance levels I got from Jesus or somebody. Oh, boy, it's amazing, isn't it? The crackpots that you hear to do with trading, and they get on YouTube and they got a lot of followers. It's just amazing. That ICT guy, I actually heard a live, well, it was recorded, but apparently live, before the AI fake stuff happened a lot, started happening, of him being interviewed for somebody about something. And he said that he had the algorithm. He wrote the algorithm which controls all the markets, and he was given the code by Jesus. The guy actually said that on a podcast, and he wasn't laughing or smirking about it or something. I was taken back. I thought, man, that is some pretty random. That's some pretty random crap to say, even for a trader. I've known people with pretty big opinions of themselves, but man, I never knew anybody on a first name basis with God. And that interviewer guy was lapping it up like, dog licking water. I'll tell you, it was crazy. So this is what happens when you're trading. This is, I got to take those levels off of there though now. What I need to do is when I get it up here like this, then take the levels off, and then it'll open it up, and away it goes, Those lines won't be there then. It'll make all the difference in the world. Maybe not. Well, there's people that believe that though, man. Those Fibonacci's especially the ones that, boy, they defend them vehemently, but that's the real deal. I can understand how a level initial balance high perhaps might have some sort of impact, because everybody that trades knows about that level. Point of control, maybe. Or the mid, halfback they used to call it. I could sort of understand how those things, or the higher the low, obvious, but some of this random out in the middle of no place shit, just like me saying that these levels that I've got on here for the IB trade have some sort of mystical, magical power over the market is pretty weird. I wish it was true, mind you, but Jesus, we're coming into noon. I haven't even had my obligatory big pile of food or anything else. All right, bust it up there and take that target out, and let's get on with this. God damn it. I got things to do. I got to shower the cats. My panda's mad. I haven't showered. She's going, Dad, you got to get in the shower or I'm not going to let you pet me. New high, baby. Come on, bust it out of there. Somebody said something. You see that candle? Somebody said something right there. Oh, also coming up to an auction, I think. Yeah. Come on, get the high. Let's get some of these stops up here and get up to that target. By golly. I'm not going to trail this, I don't think. My feeling now is to just, you know, been watching it now for an hour or more and just kind of 12:20, no. And something, when did I get in there? 10:42. Well, look at us go. Oh, are we going to get that target? Never know. Boy, you'd think they'd take a run at that 07 at least, that 37 handle, the big number up there. This is where I start thinking to myself about just trailing it up and being happy about it. I only got to get to 39. I want to point out to you that's only 3 handles. You know, this is only 3 points here. The way I've got it zoomed in, that ruins my sense of scale. But we're only talking 3 or 4 handles here. That's not exactly a lot in the markets, in the futures market. And we're just tucked under that 40 handle, which is probably okay. I'd say 37, well, 35, and then we got to get to 35, and then we got to get to 37. And then it's clear sailing to the 40s, I think. Assuming that we can eat them up. Come on, Santa Claus. You know, Mama needs a new pair of shoes. Come on, let's go. Santa needs a new sled. Will they get it up through 35? And then will they get it up to 37? And then will they get it up to me? I have no idea. I'm really glad they got over this big level. This big level there. It's pretty neat. Come on. Chew through that 5s. Are they stacking it or what are they doing to it? You see the liquidity over here? Was 7 a minute ago. Are they stacking that up? 7 again. Big decision here now. Do I just trail it up and let the chips fall where they may? Also, I have the ability, which is probably not good for, you know, close all right here. I always feel better about doing it with a pre-existing order. Get through 5s. There we go. Get through 2. See 5 lift off. Drop down from the 300s to 50. Now they're going to move it up. Okay, cool. Let's keep lifting that up to the big number up there. Let's get up there to the 40s. Come on. Five minutes now. Come on. You can do it. You got through the 35s without any problem. You only got 37s left. Let's get up there and hit that. And then we got 39s and Bob's your uncle. I'm pretty happy. That'd be cool. I really do have to think about what to do here. This is the kind of place where trade management is important, and I'm never sure which way to jump. Whichever way you jump, you have to be at peace with it. Mm-hmm. So, for example, if you trail up here below the swing, you get taken out. Well, okay, that's what happened. If you trail to here and they come back down and take you out, okay, that's what happened. And not be FOMO'd about I didn't get up to my target. I'm going to keep watching this though and see what they do here. Right now. Right here, right now. We got 320 at the 737s. We need to get one of these things going here. They sort of are, I guess. We've only got 3 points to the target, boys and girls. And they can take that 3 points in the blink of a frickin' eye. As we all know. I'd like to see him do that right here, right now. I'd like to see him take that 350 out. Look at that 495 up there. Stops, I guess. Is this a squeeze they're kind of doing or what? Two minutes to the top of the hour, and there's a bond auction. Yeah. Or a note auction or some kind of thing. We need one more lift and we're there. It's 37.5, still hanging out the 3.5. See this? 350,000 contracts. 350,000. 356 contracts at the half. Been in the market for a little bit now. And then what do we have? And then we've got another 3 at the 40, so. 12, 12 o'clock. Come on now, one more lift. Everybody out and push. Let's get 37.5 out of the way and then bingo. Bingo, bango, bongo. And I repeat again that these targets are not, there's no brilliant way that they're there. It's just based on ticks from the multi-bracket setup that I go through in the pre-market. So this is not some levels. Conveniently, it's just below 40 because, you know, give it a couple of ticks. Obviously, it's important, really important, if you haven't thought about it much, is your trade entry has such an importance if you're trading brackets, right? And you want to be looking for an asymmetrical trade location where your entry is, you know, you get a tick or two below there, you know it's filled. And then also that will have a similar impact on your targets. That's pretty important. The trade location's huge. And risk to reward also. Well, I wish they could get one more lift out of this damn thing. 2 points. We needed 2 points, that's all. What's the deal there? Is that too much to ask? It might be, you never know. Well, you guys let me down. You didn't get out and push, and then look at now. It's always so amazing, you know. This market can fly 7, 8, 10 handles faster than a cat can, you know, cover crap. But when you want it to, when you need that, when you want that extra 2 handles, 3, it's amazing, you know. It's a big struggle. Would somebody turn the Christmas music back on, please? I'd like to get this Christmas rally going. Obviously. Obviously, somebody needs to turn the record over. have no faith at all in the 12 to 1 time slot. I just don't have any confidence in. Usually the market kind of reverses and flushes around, and I guess maybe I should say I don't have any statistics to bear any of that out, but the only thing about the 12 to 1 slot that I know of is the 12 to 1 statistic, which is got nothing to do with now. Here, I leave the room for a minute. And what do? You guys break everything? What's the matter here? Come on, get up there and take the damn thing out, and let's get going. Now, one of the places where the trade entry is not the best is the stop location, because the stop here is lurking right in the middle of this low volume zone above the overnight high and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Who knows, what any of that means, but again, it's just asymmetrical trades and risk reward and down. And I can't say enough for the risk neutral scale. Oh boy. Now that big bowl of homemade stew now, and I'm going to probably be doing auto food coma here pretty quick. Well, that's good. Oh, well, now, Mr. Noonhour. You can go away now, please. Thank you so much. It's just getting started, the unfortunate part. And the NQ's not. The NQ needs to go ripping here. Let's rip, NQ. Everybody rip on 3. 1, 2, 3, rip. Nope. Oh well, I might have missed my the window there. Which is, here you go. You know, this is where the the continual internal dialogue happens about scaling in, scaling out, trailing up, trailing down, all that shit. You know what I mean? It's just irritating. It's irritating. And it frequently will come back in your face if you don't move your stops and your targets, even though it's a scratch, it's still irritating. Because, you know, some pencil neck is going to be thinking he's going to get down here and reload and then take it up higher and whatever else is going to happen. And it's getting dangerously near the stop, which is, I don't ever move. So that's not, you know, a thing. But anyway, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And there's no, you know, unless some impetus comes out that I'm not aware of, or we call that a 3-bar reversal, and I'm pretty happy, that'd be okay. Never know. Just ride it out. What are you going to do? I'm certainly not going to change my tune at this point in the game. And that's doable. Well, now, what's with these kids here? Let's get up. They forgot this big blue thing up here. Let's get this purple boy up here. Come on. This is, unfortunately, well, this is trading the way I do it, so it doesn't make for fun TV, or whatever you call it, streaming, I guess. Okay, Come on now. You've only got one more lift to 38, whatever I'm talking about here, 30, 39-ish, and then the great one would be happy. Surely you'd like to make the great one happy before Christmas. Festivus. Festivus for the rest of us. Ooh, what was this now? 52. Come on. Show everybody a big shot. Look at those levels again. Man, I'll tell you, if I didn't know where those came from, I think that is so freaking funny. Look at this stuff. Look at this. Level, 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 level. Bing, 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 bing. Support. Resistance, resistance, resistance. It's just incredible to me. I think that's the most classic example for how ridiculous those kind of things are in the real market that people just swear by. I mean, I think it's crazy, amazing. And of course, that's just what I think, but look at it. Look at all the times one of these two levels had what would be interpreted by a lot of traders as a real significant impact on the market. And I personally know, and so do you, that they're just, bullshit and bus tickets. These are just levels I made up or I came up with to quantify the initial balance high and initial, the two trades for the initial balance based on a conversation with some guys. Well, start out at 3 points and 5 points, either side of the IB. Now, maybe that was coincidentally some sort of a, psychic happening, but wow, I'm pretty surprised. Get up to my target here now. I got to go jump through the shower and get ready to do the other stuff I got to do today. $32. Pretty crazy. And I know I sound like a stuck record, but we're only talking 8 handles here. Or 9 or something. It's like, that's not exactly a big deal normally. Oh yes, that's something I was gonna look at. Forgot. It's all right. I'll bet you we've got extra low volume. I think 59%. Well, that ought to explain a lot. And we're down to a 1 point ATR, 59% of normal volume at this time of day. So you can count on the fact that every Yahoo trader wanting to make a name for himself is shoving this thing around like roller derby or hockey, maybe the better one. I'm guessing. So I'd say anything's on the table for this market. And it'll go up or it'll go down. I would love to see it go up and catch my point. I would have loved to see it go up right here, and then I could have been off to the next thing to do, but you know, there you go. Shit happens. Just couldn't get it around the curve there. I got to get these levels off here. It did it again. Look at there. Did it 1, 2, did it again. Did it again. That's too funny, really. There's the entry, there's the T1, and yeah, here we are doing T magic over here. I guess I don't need to have that all screwed in. I'm gonna step away here for a minute, so if this thing goes my way, shoot up a flare. Well, let's see here. Still 10 minutes. They can get up to all kind of nefarious activities here. Well, this is about as much fun as watching paint dry here, but I have no delusions of what may or may not happen. I guess they can take it up or they can take it down. I'm thinking they want to run it down a little bit, maybe down to the mids or the VWAPs. POC has moved up, so that's not good. It has not on Bookmap though, for whatever reason. Why is that reason? I don't know. Anyway, this is what happens when it's risk neutral scale, and here you are. They only had a couple of more points there, and I'd have been a happy feller. I'd have been a happy little elf, Santa's little elf. There's Blue Guy, he's on duty, that's good. And now we approach the 1 o'clock hour. We got 8 more minutes to get there, though. You never know what they'll do in that period of time. There we are. Well, this is not the best price action here I've ever seen in my life for a long. Light day, crazy stuff. And it's 101, you know, what are they going to do? They're going to go up with it or down with it? I don't know. I want to know what this Christmas rally is. That's what I want to know. Better hurry up. There's going to be next Christmas. It's going to be Festivus instead of Christmas. One of the things I think would be interesting to backtest, if I could figure out how, is not just a one-time trail, but a continuing trail. You know, you can do that with Execution Pro in Bookmap, but that doesn't have any effect on the backtesting stuff or the the system development. And just talking out of my head here. I don't know what I would even look at about that. T1 trail to break even, follow on, or I don't know. Got to do a bunch of what if stuff, I guess. I don't know. I wish all these sellers would piss up a rope or and get go away. I wish these guys would all go somewhere else and play. Buyers just don't have the horsepower here today. It doesn't look like. And where's that Trump bump when you want one, huh? Where's that guy? Where's golfing guy? What is this? A lot of stuff I didn't know about here. They finally got to stop after all of that. Can you imagine? What a pain in the ass. Oh, well. So what was that, 2.5 hours or something? Oh, yeah. There we go. And I'm certainly not going to try anything else. But so there's the scratch, risk neutral. And after from 10 something in the morning till now. A lot of hindsight ideas to think about here, you know. Was up a substantial amount, and they're still not taking it. They still can't get it past this level. I think that is so funny. But, yeah, it is what it is. Would have been nice to have a little icing on the cake here, but, you know. And I would hazard to guess there might not be any opportunities tomorrow either. And then that's going to be it till Friday. And then it's going to be kind of a hit and miss the next week. And we'll be glad when this is over. As is always the case, always glad when the holidays are over. From a trading point of view, nothing otherwise. So from 12:22 until, what am I doing here? 10:42 until 13:11. 2 hours and 29 minutes and 55 hundredths of a second. Right there. And what? Complete freaking waste of time. I think that there's a lot of valid, there's a valid point in, let me start over. When I'm vetting a setup, in other words, capturing instances of a setup, typically in the backtest, but even here, you can't change anything. You have to be just like the computer. You can't change the target, you can't change the stop, you can't change anything. Otherwise, it's not part of the data set. It's not statistically significant within the data set that you're trying to vet the setup. Of course, when you're forward testing and when you're trading now, vetting's over with, then you can do certain discretionary, have certain, latitude discretionarily, which is never bring your stop away from entry, trail your stop. Move your target to a better location, move your target. Well, of course, this was not a level. This is only a level because it is now, because that's where price target. And look at this, to the tick, dance around. What are they going to do now? Who knows? I got to come up with something. It does irk me to let it come back in your face. I think that doesn't make sense logically, and nobody's been able to show me. I guess that's the way to do it. You do a back test with just like this, then decide on are you going to trail it up? What are you going to do? Do the back test and see which one is more profitable, has a better edge, et cetera, et cetera. And as I said a few minutes ago, the one thing I don't know how to do yet in the back testing, I don't know how to continue to trail, So bet I'll have a busy holiday planning that out. And there we are. Now I will point out to you that the system here, probably because of its advantageous entry, isn't stopped yet. This thing is still trading. Okay, and I suppose the entry is about a tick below us here somewhere. Well, up here. And now it's going to go probably the right direction. Again, the importance of asymmetric entries and the huge importance of entry as on your outcome because of the way it affects your targets and stops. And then there's other people that do it completely different, you know. They put an entry in and they put their stop under somewhere else. There's no methodology to it at all. And if they make a lot of money, that's really great. But I just want to point out that the system is not out of the trade yet. Boop, 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 boop. There'll be a red deal just like that and a red line, and it'll say the target, you know, whatever the outcome is, minus ticks or positive or whatever. And you notice this is only one tick. If you were a trader that didn't care about, you know, rules and have things like that, it may have made sense to move the stop under the VWAP in the open, right? Down here under these levels. We'll see. The problem is the big, dangerous problem is, I think, hold on, let me see if I find the proper addition to the timestamps. Oh, did I put that in there? I didn't put that in there, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. What I was going to put in there is the following. Well, it's not doing what I had in mind here, so let's get back down here. What I was going to say, let's see if I can get it this time. There we go. There's a huge, I think it's a huge problem if you move your stop, for example. The worst case scenario is when you move the stop, as an example, which is a cardinal sin for me, and it works out in your favor. Had I moved my stop down here one tick or two and had this not take me out and then it goes on to my thing, that would be the worst possible thing that could happen to me as a trader. Because as a human, we immediately forget all the times that did not work and it cost us more money. And we remember the one time that it did work. Anytime you commit an error and it works out in your favor, realize that you have just set your trading plan back a long way. My opinion. And here, perfect example. One tick or drop it down below the overnight high. What is it? It's only a couple of points. One more point among friends. Well, it's not part of the trade plan. And now we're up here. Now we're back up to entry. And a classic example of that is the trade the system is in now because it took the entry at a more advantageous spot than I did manually, and it's not stopped out yet. That's enough to piss off the Pope, isn't it? Probably. Once again, the this holiday week schedule will be for the stream, and actually for the market too, as far as that goes. But for the stream, I don't trade those half days. Wednesday will be a half day. So what I will do tomorrow will be the last full day of the stream and of the trade. And then Christmas, the 25th afternoon at 1700, the market will reopen for the overnight. And Friday we'll trade out a full day. So I'll do that. So Wednesday and Thursday morning will be not a pinata. Okay. Look at that damn thing go. Isn't that something? We're now over T1. Wait a minute. We're now up over T1 and heading for higher ground. There's T1. There's our price action now. Would not be surprised at all to see us take that target. I'd be pretty disappointed about it, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. Taking the stop to the tick. Boy. Takes a licking and keeps on ticking, huh? That is truly disappointing. And I realize it's 50-50 and the luck of the draw and all that. But when you see that, it is kind of annoying. Got to admit. I have to admit. I know all the intellectual parts about it, right? Emotion, monkey boy gets pissed. Yeah, monkey boy gets a little bit on the angry side there. And I'm not going to chase it, and I'm not going to do anything else to it. I'm going to, and here's even more of a pisser. If you want to really be upset, it's the system that took its entry here is still not out. That is, in fact, not a valid entry. Wait a minute here. Hold on a second. When's that bar? Hi, Panda. How are you? Hey, baby. 1046. Oh, you see what happened? The system picked up the entry right here. Where are you? The system picked up the entry right here. And there you go. Hi, baby. What is my little sweetest panda doing, huh? You want to have some eucalyptus bushes? I know you're a cat. You don't eat eucalyptus. Okay, let's see now. We got to head out now. I've got to get my daughter somewhere at just as close after 1500 as possible. So I'll run through the backtesting stuff right at 1400 straight up, and then close her out, the usual recap and stuff into the close of the cache. But right straight up 1500, I'm going to have to close off the stream and get stepping and fetching over here. And tomorrow will be the last full stream before Christmas, the last stream before Christmas, and then Friday will be the next. I tell you, that is enough to piss off the Pope right there. What do you suppose the odds of that are? Think about it. What would the odds be in a random environment market with all this trade we got going on everywhere that I could position a level, a point, right exactly to the tick 2.5 hours before? I mean, this trade went on 2 hours and 20 minutes before that point right there. How in the hell can that be? I mean, I don't know what to think about that. What are the odds, right? And who knows what the ultimate outcome of the day will be, but that is sure disappointing. Would prompt one to bring to scale, to trail up. That's for sure. Oh yeah, magical. Now both now both the POCs are up there. All right, I tell you. Bitch. Sorry about that. Hit the table with my water bottle. Well, okay. So yeah, boo hiss boo. There we go. Almost 1400. I guess I should go through the back test a little bit. I never know if it's somebody new here or it's just, I'm sure Antonio's totally sick of hearing it. Has heard it enough, knows about it. Yeah. So boo hiss boo. What can I say? Bah humbug. This is Scrooge trading. Oh, maybe not. Mm. Yeah, all right. So, oh boy, oh boy. The system remains in the trade. Going to go over some backtesting stuff here, I guess. Do a quick snap of this so I have a, there we go. Quick reference for what flags are where. Yeah. So backtesting. Let's just see now. I guess I should say, I believe that if you intend to have a trading business, which is consistently profitable, you need to approach the market as a random environment and from a point of view of using statistically verified setups, which you have pre-verified to have an edge. What I have done with this, these are the 2 IB trades. There's one of them still in the trade. And what I traded live on the on my live amp real funded account. The idea is you need to understand, I believe you need to understand that this is a random environment. I mean, look at this, talk about random. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That's a statistical fact. The market can only go up or down. It's a binary event. It doesn't have horizontal movement or vertical, diagonal movement, anything. It only goes up or down. And that makes it binary, like a coin flip. So I am approaching this from the point of view that it's a binary random environment and that I'm going to identify a pattern which occurs frequently and establish some rules around that would justify an entry, and then capture a data set of that setup and entry and those rules and decide and find out if it has an edge or not. Now, this is not something I dreamed up. I'm just following in the footsteps of the most successful traders in history. Jim Simmons, Ed Thorpe, Peter Brandt, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, on and on. To pick one, any professional, successful trader, read something that they say, just, a little bit, or go to YouTube them or something. It all comes down to occurrences, probabilities, law of large numbers. And that's the same exact business model as the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. So I think it's in good company and a wise decision to follow the lead of those successful people and businesses, rather than some dillweed that's got an idea about a moving average crossover at the opening range breakout or something like that. None of which do that. So approaching it as a business of statistics, then I identify the initial balance trades, the 2 of them, the initial balance continuation, initial balance failure for both an IB high and IB low. These are the rules that, based on my criteria, that validate or would evaluate to a trade. In this case, a long right there. IB high. This is a continuation high, long. There's only 3 rules, and that's the story. So the way you can, you don't have to use a backtest engine or a computer or something. You can do it yourself, but I can't imagine being able to do it and do it accurately by just scrolling back through and looking at the charts. Even if you do, as I have done here, and that's create some custom indicators so you can at least see when price does something around these indicators that you have in mind. I can't imagine how doing it. So what I do is backtest it. I think I can do these at the same time without screwing something up. Let's hope. Because it's still in a trade. So I'm going to backtest this over 500 trading days. That means that the computer is going to evaluate every one of these rules over every 1-minute candle contained in each RTH session for 500 days. Now think about that for a minute. Think about scrolling back and doing that yourself. I couldn't even imagine doing it remotely accurately. Anyway, if you can, great. And then all you have to do to backtest it is mash that button. And here's what you get. It took 7 seconds to evaluate every one of those rules over the past 495 days, which equates to 218,850 1-minute bars. And because it's done with the computer, every rule is specifically and precisely respected. There's no any form, rhyme, or reason of discretion. It's, that's the rule or it's not. These are all Boolean. They evaluate to true or false. Case closed. 17,000 bucks, 1,008 trades. Average loser is 29.53. Yep. Average winner 75.81. Yep. There are 9 consecutive winners in a row. There's 8 consecutive stops in a row. And if you want to get real precise, as you should do, you can look at each and every trade, entry, T1, stop, T2, whatever it is, and the exact time going all the way back to January 19th, 24, and see the outcome of that, the result. That is a backtest, and that gives you then the criteria that you need to, I believe, those pontiffs that know say, this is what you've got to do in order to backtest and then trade it and rely on the law of large numbers. Now, this is a backtest. Each one of these is a backtest. Each one. 495 days, 846 trades, 664 wins, 32 ticks a win, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there's all the parameters and math and win rate and loss rate and expectancy and R factor and risk to reward ratio and profit factor and on and on and on, even and including, which I stopped doing it because it didn't make a lot of sense to me anymore. Standard deviation, Sharpe ratio, and Saltino, and beta and alpha correlation, R squared, et cetera. All those things are generated by the system. If you want to, I don't even know what some of them mean, frankly, but that's the way it goes. I don't know why I forgot to number these here, but anyway. I don't want to do that either very bad. I had them automatic. I screwed it up somehow. So that's the way I believe you need to approach trading, and that's what I have done. That's why I'm taking these trades that you see in front of you here today and every day. And here's one still in work. That's the way I believe you need to approach backtesting. And that's, I don't care what you do, actually. That's the way I'm approaching backtesting. And this is my virtual journal. So there's that. Yeah. And it's, as I said earlier, the stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock for the pre-market, etc., Central Standard Time. All the times on my charts are Central Standard, by the way, and that I refer to. Tomorrow, and this is Christmas week, in case you are living under a rock. Big holiday thing in America, so in many other places. But tomorrow will be the last full day, the last stream until Friday, because I don't stream or pull the data into my IRT for half days or abbreviated days. And Christmas is shut down completely. So there you go. I'll do the recap, such as it is, at the bottom of the hour, heading into the close at 1500. There we are. And just be monitoring the trade here. What's going to happen pretty quick is that I have a end of day rule right here. One for long, one for short. So at a preset time, which I have entered in somewhere else up here, which happens to be 2:30, 14:30, this position will be exited at wherever it is. So, or liquidated, I should say, wherever it is. So that's that. And any questions or anything, drop them in the chat. I appreciate you coming by. It's a lonesome business, right? This is, it's nice to have some feedback, whatever. Hi, Panda. I like your feedback always, don't I? Yeah. My kitty cat. Hi, pretty Panda. So there we go. It still is just so amazing. 2 hours and 20 something minutes, and to the tick. I tell you. And the magic of trading. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Crazy. Pretty crazy. Hmm? No, but the person. Sure as the damn world, they're going to go up there right into the closing and take that and get it. I'm just so happy. Crisis here of the lost T-shirt. Oh yeah, they get excited and then they're going off in Vietnamese and English, and I'm lost. The cats and I are looking at each other, going, "What?" Okay, well, it's winding down to the final Monday in this Christmas extravaganza. Hi, lucky boy. Now they're in trouble. They woke Lucky up. He's going to come terrorize somebody now. Okay, so a few more minutes and I'll hit the recap, and then we have the market on close imbalance at 1450. It'll be interesting to watch the system close out at 1430. So let's see this thing close out or not over here, as it's supposed to. Let's see. Boom, there you go. And there's the market, or the end of session closeout. Isn't it cute how that works? That's end of day rule right here on the long. There's also one for the shorts. All right. So much for that. Let's think about the recap now. I guess. So what happened? Well, we opened gap up. We never even got near closing the gap, and they took her up. So the Santa rally seems to be in progress. Here we are today. Just came down to and touched the VPOC for the micro composite. Didn't take it out. And divergence with the NQ and the ES. NQ traded down and the ES did not. Very light volume. Let's see what we got. 58% volume and 1 point ATR at this moment. Not much more to say over here than I haven't said 1,000 times, so there you go. There's the trade. It was taken exactly as the signal on the initial balance high continuation. Due to a little difference in the entry advantage by the system, it just now closed out on end of day up here at the high, up here, which would have been, pretty good. And my live trade system here, entered manually by me and my AMP account, stopped to the tick. There you go. For a scratch, mind you. So that's where it's at, and a pretty weird day. Let's just look. 09, 08, 36. So basically 20 handle range all day. That's pretty narrow, isn't it? Okay, what do we got for coming up tomorrow now? Let's get over to the snooze. First of all, this is investing.com, which is my normal go-to. Here are all the numbers that are scheduled to be released tomorrow. Whether they in fact are or not is a whole other story. In fact, I believe they will not be, because I saw something already that these are going to be released later, after January. But this is you filter this to whatever kind of time zone or filters or reports you're interested in. Also, there's earnings, holidays next week, etc. And then my more current news source here is Financial Juice, simply because it has these non-finance revenue potential disruptions to the market. It picks them up through the day, like here. This right side is more of a squawk box, where I typically will see the market on close orders pop up here. Somewhere along here, I saw an announcement that they were going to postpone these economic events, I thought. We'll see. See you tomorrow. And this is also filter change, for your time zone, whatever else you want to do. So that's pretty much where we are there. Going to be, it's a nothing day. What can I tell you? It's a good day to go do something else tomorrow because it's the last full day before Christmas and New Christmas Eve and Christmas, and then Friday we'll pick it back up again for a Friday. And the week after is also a pain in the ass because of New Year's Eve. Good time to be somewhere else, boys and girls. I'm here because of a commitment to the stream. And this is irritating. Every time I look at that, chaps my ass. Anyhow, so that's where we are. And, this is a great opportunity for you to remember that the most important tool you have in your tool shed in your trading office is you. Stand by one. Damn. I had to show my daughter something. Yeah, you're the most important tool you have in your trading office. All the money and time and effort you spend on indicators and software and monitors and whatever else is all useless if your eyes aren't taking all that information in and your brain's not processing it all to be used to make financial decisions that affect you and your life. So it's really important to take care of your health. Make sure you're well rested, well hydrated. Don't be on emotional tilt. Exercise. We are in one of the most competitive endeavors that there is on the planet, and some of the most intelligent and top. You're trading against the Michael Jordans and people of the trading world every day. So you better be on your A game if you're planning to make any money at this. Meaning healthy and fit and all those things. And look at this now. They're going to come up here short as the world. That is just so disappointing. But that's trading, boy. That is the luck. Well, I don't know about luck, but that is trading to a T. The magic of trading. All right, we should have those market on close in balance at 1450, and then I'll wind the stream up straight up at 1500 or maybe a minute or two before so we can get out the door. All right, 10, 11 minutes, or 9 minutes. That crock of crap. I don't remember. I mean, everybody talks about them, you know, taking a stop to the tick, but I don't really remember many of those. I'll remember this one, though. That's pretty not funny, haha, but pretty coincidental. And just random, you know. The thing about this system that I give a lot of thought to, actually, and I don't know, I haven't come to a good conclusion about what to do. The trigger zone is 1 point either side of the IB. So we take the initial balance, we put in the B up here in the continuation zone, we pull back to the trigger zone, and I got it right down here, actually below the IB. But in reality, the system took it down here on the lower trigger and therefore didn't get stopped out and just got closed out at the end of the day. I have no idea what to do. I mean, think about the random possibilities. Okay, so your entry for a long is when it's 1 tick below the IB. Well, how many times does that happen? I don't know. You know, it's the original plan. The original thinking was a zone, a trigger zone. I don't know. I think about it a lot, and I look at the back testing, and I don't know. I don't know. And again, it's, you know, you got to be careful that when you're optimizing, you don't venture into the world of curve fitting. And as it stands right now, these trades are, you know, they're 75% win rate, 71%, 55, 43, and most importantly, 2.5 risk reward, 21. You know, the expectancy is good. They all have good, relatively good, positive statistics. It's the killer is the succession. So there you go. That is not, I don't mean killer, but just have to bear that in mind. Okay. 4 minutes. Four minutes. And counting. Okay, 2.5 minutes. Not that this means anything. I just always watch it. I don't know why. Oh, yeah. They're going to expand the AI arsenal with XAI. Guess who that might be? Just stop and think about who XAI might be owned by. Who names all of his crap something to do with X? Yep. Can't imagine who that would be, can you? What a joke. What a complete joke. I may be wrong too. Who knows? Everything is AI and X nowadays. So I was in these markets at the end of the .com bubble. I can tell you that it's reminiscent. 30 seconds. Let's see what happens. Let's see what we have over here, and we'll see it pop over here, and there you go. Then I'm going to knock the stream in the head and hit the door. I got to get Tim across town. Well, there it was. So much as it was right there. That's about a whole lot of nothing. I'm tired. I didn't get my daily nap or my walk. Okay, here we go. Market on close imbalance. So now here you are. S&P 500 buy side 1,249,000,000. imbalance on the buy side. 629 million buy side NASDAQ, 535 buy side Dow 30, and 481 million buy side Mag 7. There you have the market on close imbalance, meaning there's this many more buy orders than there are sell orders. I think somebody can go figure that out and report back. Divergence here with the NQ and the ES. And 9 minutes or 8 minutes till the top of the hour. I'm going to cut the stream off right at 1500 so we can hit the door. Look forward to talking to everybody tomorrow at 0800 Central Standard Time for the pre-market, and I want you all to wear your Santa Claus suits and everything here now. You know, we'll have jingle bells and reindeer and all that stuff. And look at what we're going to have now. I wanted to refresh everybody's memory. We're going to have an island top. Gap up, no close, nobody left on third. We got a little island high down there. No indication of closing that gap at all. We had a similar drama over here that lasted all of this time and only closed it out here. There's only a few handles, but a little bit of a gap there. This will be another one of these situations where the market micro composite volume profile will change because we don't have an overlapping price. I don't have an overlapping price. That'll start a new one, just as it did right here. Boop, 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 boop. Gap up. New profile. Doodly 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 doo. Gap up. New profile. Where you go? Bob's your uncle. And Fanny's your aunt. Whoever this is laughing at me right now. Isn't that something? Yeah. Okay. Oh boy, 3 minutes. I'm still kind of disappointed in y'all for not pushing this right up here and taking my target. That would have been nice, you know. Consider it. Christmas deal, you know. Instead, oh no, I got to get a stop out for a scratch. And like I said earlier, I'm going to do some serious backtesting these next few days about this whole concept here. I think I mentioned it before. One of these red hot internet YouTube gurus that everybody thinks the world of. It's always talking about a 40-something% win rate and 8 R factor of 8 and all this kind of stuff. And well, yeah. And the way you do that is I did a back test and showed these guys in static. And sure, it's easy to do. You have a 2-tick stop, an 8-tick all in, all out. Exactly those numbers. And maybe that's the way to go. Maybe that's the way to do it profitably. I mean, everybody else thinks he's wonderful, so there's no way. I mean, if you just stop and use common sense for a second, you can't possibly have an 8-tick R value means that for every 5-tick, for every point or tick that you risk, you make 8. More than that. Well, if the market, you know, if you took 10 ticks, stop, in order to have that R ratio or that R multiple, you'd have to take average 80 ticks. Nobody's doing that. Or they're lying about their stops or whatever else it is, because I don't think that that's realistic. Anyway, so have a great evening. Remember, get away from the screens, rest your eyes, get some health, do something healthy. Or if not, do something fun and blame it on me, whatever. And I'll be back 0800 in the morning tomorrow for the pre-market. We'll trade this mess tomorrow, and then it's jingle bells, jingle bells. Away you go. Ho, ho, ho. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire and all that stuff. So here we are at the top of the hour and 20 seconds. Have a great night. Do something fun, healthy. Above all, be safe, and be back here tomorrow morning at 800 Central Standard Time. Thanks a lot. All the best.